天补好了，水退了，风也停了，所有需要修好的东西都已经修好了。今晚你什么都不用修。
There is a weight settling into the surface beneath you now. Your shoulders have found their place. Your arms have grown heavy, resting where they lie, and you are not thinking of moving them again tonight. Notice the place where your body meets whatever holds it, the mattress, the cushion, the folded blanket beneath your head. That place has already begun to soften. It is receiving you the way old stone receives rain, without resistance, without hurry. Your breath is slower than it was a few minutes ago. You may not have noticed the exact moment it changed. It simply did. The air moves in gently now, and it moves out even more gently. And between those two movements, there is a small pause that feels like nothing at all. But it is something. It is the shape of rest arriving. Let your jaw soften. Let your eyelids grow heavier than they were a moment ago. Heavier than glass. Heavier than the hush that comes after a long day of sound. There is darkness behind your closed eyes. Not an empty darkness, a full one, the way a held breath is full, the way still water is full, even though nothing moves across its surface. You are simply resting inside it. There is nowhere else to be. Something has just happened in this darkness. You cannot yet say what, only that it feels like the moment after, the way a room feels after a storm has passed, and the windows are still rattling faintly from a wind that has already gone somewhere else. The way a held breath feels the instant after it is finally let go. Something enormous has just finished. You do not know its shape yet. You do not need to. What you know is the feeling that comes after it. A stillness so complete that it has a texture of its own, soft and low and wide, like the hush that settles over a field after thunder, after the sky has cracked and closed itself again. There was tearing somewhere once. There was a wound in the high dark, and something vast fell through it, and for a long while the world did not know how to hold itself steady. You do not need to picture the tearing. It is already over. It is already far behind whatever moment you are resting in now. What matters is only this. The wound has closed. The sky no longer sags. The four corners of the world, wherever they are, have stopped their trembling. Whatever was broken has been mended. Quietly, patiently, by hands that did not rush, and now there is nothing left to do but rest in what has been repaired. You can feel your own chest rising and falling, slow and even, like a small tide. This is the same rhythm the world is settling into right now, somewhere far above you and far beneath you at once. A long exhale after a long labor, a stillness earned rather than given. Feel the weight of your own body again, resting fully into whatever holds it. There is nothing urgent here. Nothing to solve, nothing to carry. Only the soft physical fact of you, breathing, resting, present in the dark. In this darkness there is a very faint warmth, somewhere ahead of your closed eyes, the way firelight feels through a curtain from another room. It is not bright. It does not ask you to look at it. It is only there, low and steady, like a lamp left burning for someone who is already home. You do not need to know yet what makes that warmth. You do not need names tonight. only the sense that whatever is glowing there has just come through something difficult and has arrived on the other side of it, whole, and is resting now the way you are resting, unhurried, unafraid, simply present. Somewhere in that warmth, there is the faint impression of stone, cooling after being touched by fire. Somewhere in it, there is a sense of great effort finally finished. The way your own body feels after a long day of work, when the muscles unclench without being told to, when the mind stops turning over its lists and simply goes quiet. You may notice your own hands feel like this now. Loose, unclenched, no longer needing to hold on to anything. Let them rest exactly where they are. The storm, whatever it was, has passed. You do not need its details. You only need the feeling it left behind. A hush, stretching in every direction. A stillness so complete, it seems to hold the whole sky the way your own chest holds a slow breath. Somewhere above you, if you were to lift your gaze and you do not have to, there would be a sky repaired, smooth, whole, no longer torn. Somewhere beneath you, if you were to sink your attention downward, and you do not have to, you can simply feel it as a knowing rather than a movement. There would be earth resting quietly too, settled after its long tremor, patient again, solid again. Between these two, the mended sky above, the settled earth below, there is only calm. You are resting somewhere inside that calm right now. Not above it, not beneath it, simply within it, the way a small stone rests at the bottom of still water, no longer needing to move, no longer needing to be anywhere else. Feel your own breathing again, unhurried, warm, low in your chest. Feel how your body has already begun to trust this stillness, the way it trusts a familiar bed on a cold night, the way it trusts the weight of a heavy blanket. There is no danger here. There was somewhere back before this moment, somewhere behind you now, but it has already been resolved. Whatever needed mending has been mended. Whatever needed to be held up has been held. And now there is only this, a wide hush, a soft warmth, a stillness with no edges. Your breath continues on its own, slow and steady, needing no attention from you. Your body has already agreed to rest. Somewhere in the darkness behind your closed eyes, that faint warmth is still glowing, patient, unbothered, belonging to someone, something, that has just done something enormous and is now at last allowed to be still. You do not need her name yet. You do not need the story of what she carried, or what she mended, or how long the work took. Tonight is not for the labor. Tonight is only for what comes after it. The breath that follows the storm, the hush that follows the repair, the long, slow settling of a world that has just been made whole again. Let your own body settle further into this same hush. Let your breathing match the rhythm of something vast and unseen, resting somewhere close by in the dark, glowing faintly, asking nothing of you. There is nothing to do now but rest here, in the quiet that follows a great mending, yours and the sky's, arriving together in the same slow breath. Her name was Nuwa. You can let that settle now, softly, the way a stone settles at the bottom of still water, not dropped, just arriving, the way things arrive when there is no more hurry left in them. She was the one who mended the sky. You don't need to picture the tear itself, the broken places, the fire and flood that came before. That labor is finished. What remains is only what came after. The vast, warm quiet of a task completed so fully that its completion became its own kind of light. The old records say something curious about that light. They say her achievement, her merit, the weight of what she had done, reached upward to the 9 heavens. Not one heaven, 9, stacked one above the other, layer upon layer, farther than breath can follow, farther than thought can follow, and still her work reached there. Notice your own breath for a moment, without changing it. Feel how it rises, just slightly in your chest, and then how it seems to keep rising even after your lungs have stopped. Some small motion continuing upward and outward, the way ripples continue after the stone has already gone still on the riverbed. That is the shape of what the old text is describing. An effort so complete it did not stop at its own edges. It kept moving upward, through layer after layer of sky, the way warmth moves through a heavy blanket, until it reaches even your farthest fingers, your farthest toes, places that seem far from the center of you, but are never really separate from it. 9 heavens above. And then the text says something else, something that might seem strange to hear, lying here in the dark, but that will settle into you gently if you let it. Her achievement did not only rise, it also reached down, down through the earth, down past the roots of mountains, down to a place the old language calls the Yellow Springs, the deep, quiet dark beneath all things, where rivers are said to run below the world the way dreams run below waking. Up to the 9 heavens, down to the Yellow Springs, both at once. You can feel this in your own body if you let your attention move slowly, without effort, the way water moves when nothing is pushing it. There is a lightness somewhere near the crown of your head, a faint sense of openness, as though the top of you is unlatched, unguarded, open to something wide and dark and starred. And at the same time, there is a heaviness low in your body, your hips, your legs, the backs of your knees pressing into whatever holds you. A heaviness that feels less like being stuck and more like being held. The way roots are held by soil, the way stones are held by riverbeds. You are being pulled gently in 2 directions, and neither direction is away from rest. This is the shape of the world just after the great mending. Not narrow, not small. The old text is telling us that when something enormous is finished, truly finished, not merely paused, it spreads. It rises the way warmth rises from a hearth into a cold room, filling every corner without hurry. The way warmth sinks into cold stone, into cold earth, softening even what lies buried and forgotten below. 9 heavens above, the Yellow Springs below, and her, resting somewhere between the 2, having touched both without needing to move at all. You do not have to understand this the way you understand facts in daylight. This is not the kind of knowing that needs to be held tightly, turned over, examined for its edges. It is closer to the kind of knowing that arrives just before sleep. Vague, whole, unquestioned, the sense that everything above you and everything below you has for now gone quiet at the same time. Let your shoulders soften into whatever is beneath them. Let your jaw loosen, just slightly, the way it does when a held breath is finally let go. There is nothing asked of you here except to notice how wide this stillness reaches, how it is not confined to the small room you are lying in, nor to the small hours of this particular night, but stretches instead the way her achievement stretched, up through heaven after heaven, down through the dark beneath the dark. The old language has a phrase for this. 上济九天，下济黄芦, reaching to the 9 heavens above, meeting the yellow springs below. It is not a measurement of distance so much as a description of completeness. When something is truly whole, it is spoken of not as filling one place, but as touching every place, the highest and the lowest at once, with nothing left untouched in between. Feel the weight of your own body again, low and warm and unmoving. Feel the faint openness above you, behind your closed eyes where the dark seems to have no ceiling. Both of these are true at the same time, and both of them are calm. There is something almost tender in this image. A goddess whose great labor did not end when the sky was mended, but instead kept traveling outward from her, upward and downward, long after her hands had gone still. As though rest itself, when it is deep enough, does not stay contained in the body that rests. As though your own stillness tonight, if it becomes deep enough, might also reach farther than you expect, beyond this room, beyond this hour, up into whatever quiet sits above the ceiling, down into whatever quiet sits beneath the floor. You do not have to reach for it, it is already reaching for you, the way her merit reached the 9 heavens without her needing to climb, the way it touched the yellow springs without her needing to descend. Stillness moves on its own, once it is real. Notice how heavy your eyelids have become without your trying to make them so. Notice how your breathing has slowed to something long and even, each inhale arriving a little later than the one before it, each exhale trailing a little longer into the quiet. This slowing is not something you are doing. It is something that is simply happening, the way the sky once mended simply stayed mended, without further effort, without further concern. 9 heavens above you, the yellow springs beneath you, and here in between, this bed, this breath, this body slowly forgetting the need to hold itself upright, the need to hold itself at all. The old records do not say what she felt in that moment, whether there was relief in her, or peace, or simply the enormous quiet of a task finally set down. Perhaps there is no difference between those things. Perhaps relief and peace and the setting down of weight are all the same feeling, seen from slightly different angles, the way a mountain looks different from its northern side than its southern side, though it is the same mountain both times. You are allowed to feel that same simple thing now. Not something dramatic, not something that needs a name. Only the sense of a weight finally being permitted to rest. Upward release, downward release, both at once, meeting somewhere in the quiet middle where you are lying right now. Let that meeting point be your whole world for a moment. Not the sky above it, not the earth below it. Just the middle, soft, warm, unmoving, where the reach upward and the reach downward both come to stillness, the way 2 long exhales might meet in a single held silence. This is the shape the old text leaves us with, before it goes on to speak of chariots and dragons and clouds like nets, before it moves toward motion again. But that motion is still far off. Tonight is not yet ready for it. Tonight is still resting inside this wide, doubled stillness, this reaching without effort, this touching of 9 heavens and yellow springs both, in the same unhurried breath. Feel your chest rise, slow and easy. Feel it fall, slower still. Somewhere far above you, farther than the ceiling, farther than the sky. Something wide and dark and quiet is holding its own kind of stillness, waiting for nothing. Somewhere far below you, farther than the floor, farther than the roots of things, Something old and slow and dark is holding that same stillness, waiting for nothing. And here in the middle, warm and heavy and unhurried, you are held between them both, reached by the same wide calm that once reached from the mended sky, all the way down to the deep quiet beneath the world, and found in both directions only rest. And now, from that held place between the high dark and the low dark, something begins to move outward, very slowly, the way warmth moves through a heavy quilt on a cold night. Not spreading fast, not spreading with any urgency at all, just finding its way into the corners that were still cool, filling them without announcement. The old text says her fame settled over the later world, Ming Sheng Bei Ho Shi, and covered it the way light covers a room when a lamp is lit low in one corner, not blazing, not reaching everywhere at once, but touching what is nearest first, and then patiently what is farther. You do not have to understand this as history. You can feel it instead as a temperature. Something is warming very gradually in the room around you, or perhaps only in the room behind your closed eyes, which by now may be the only room that matters. Notice your hands, resting wherever they are resting, and notice that they are heavier than they were a few minutes ago. Notice that this heaviness is not unpleasant. It is closer to being held than to being pinned down, the way a heavy blanket settles rather than presses. That settling, that is the shape her fame takes, moving outward through the ages the way this warmth is moving through you now. The old accounting continues, unhurried, the way an old man might list the seasons he has seen without needing to raise his voice. Her light and glow, Guanghui, touched the 10,000 things, Xunwan Wu, the way smoke from cedar drifts into cloth and stays there long after the fire is out, so that anyone who lifts that cloth to their face, even years later, catches a trace of something warm and old and far away. You do not need to know what the 10,000 things were. Rivers were among them, certainly, and mountains, and the small quiet rooms where people slept. Much like the room you are in now, much like the stillness you are resting inside. Pause. Feel how your breath has found its own pace by now, needing no instruction. Rising and falling the way tide moves without anyone reminding the water to come in or go out. This is what fame like hers becomes, once it stops being a story people tell out loud, and turns instead into something felt without being named. A softness in the way a mountain looks at dusk, a stillness in the way certain rivers bend without hurry toward the sea, a quiet that gathers in rooms at night for reasons no one quite remembers, though everyone on some deep unspoken level seems to trust it. You are resting inside a fame you have never had to learn. It arrived long before you did, the way warmth from an old fire can still be felt in stones long after the flame itself is gone. And it will likely remain long after tonight, folded quietly into the ordinary safety of lying down in the dark and trusting that morning will come. There is no urgency in any of this. That absence of urgency is, itself, the whole shape of what spread. She did not hurry her fame outward the way a bright light hurries into a dark room, all at once, startling what it touches. Pause. Her fame moved the way dusk moves, softly, from the edges inward, so slowly that anyone watching would struggle to say the exact moment when day became evening, and evening became the deep hush of full night. You are somewhere inside that hush right now. Let your shoulders soften a little further into whatever is holding them, the mattress, the cushion, the folded weight of a blanket, and notice that this softening asks nothing of you. It is simply what a body does, given enough time, given enough quiet, given permission to stop holding itself up. Pause. The record says her glow touched the 10,000 things without touching any one thing more than another. No favor, no hierarchy, no chosen few gathered closer to the source of the warmth, while others waited in the cold. It reached everywhere at once, the way night falls evenly across an entire sky, without asking permission from any particular corner of the world, without needing anyone's attention to arrive. This is why, perhaps, so many far later generations who never heard her name still somehow inherited a version of the calm she left behind, in old lullabies with no known author, in certain long, patient rivers people have always trusted to find their own way to the sea, in the simple, unremarkable fact that when the sky tears in an ordinary way, in an ordinary storm, most people still expect, somewhere beneath their fear, that it will be mended. That expectation is old. It is the residue of a fame that stopped needing a name. You do not need to hold on to any of these images with effort. Let them arrive and pass, the way the warmth passing through you right now arrives and moves on to the next quiet room of your body. Your chest, now your stomach, now the low warm weight low behind your hips, now your thighs growing heavier, now your feet, which may already feel very far away, very soft, very still. The 9 heavens once received her merit, high and wide and without strain. The yellow springs once received it too, low and slow and without struggle. And in between those two great distances, this fame, this quiet covering light, moved outward through the whole of the later world, reaching everyone equally, reaching no one urgently, the way this same slow ease is reaching you now, filling the spaces behind your closed eyes, filling the spaces beneath your ribs, where a held breath sometimes hides, filling even the spaces you did not know were waiting to be filled. There is a phrase for this in the old record, spoken plainly, without ornament. Gong hui xun wan wu. Her glow and brightness perfuming the 10,000 things. Not blazing, not commanding, perfuming. The way incense fills a room without anyone seeing it move, without anyone quite noticing the moment when the whole air became different from what it had been before. You may notice, if you let your attention rest very loosely on it, that your own breath has taken on something of that same perfuming quality, not forced, not measured, simply present, filling you and leaving you in a rhythm so old it needs no thought behind it anymore. This is the second gift the story offers, quieter than the first. The first gift was the mending, the sky closed, the pillars set right, the flood pushed back into its bed. This second gift is stranger and slower, and in some ways deeper. Not the repair itself, but everything that came after the repair, drifting outward through time the way warmth drifts through a cold room from a low, steady fire that no one needs to tend. She is not remembered here as a warrior. She is remembered as a calm that outlived the crisis that made it necessary. That is worth resting on for a while. There was a fire, once, vast and unbearable, 9 suns too many, mountains cracking, the sky itself letting rain fall through torn seams. And on the other side of that fire, once the goddess had finished her long labor of melting 5 colors of stone and lifting the broken pillars back into place, there was only this, an enormous, unhurried quiet, spreading outward the way ripples spread from a stone long since sunk beneath still water, the ripples themselves eventually growing so faint, that they stop looking like ripples at all, and simply become the surface of the water again, smooth, undisturbed, at rest. You are floating somewhere on that smooth surface. Feel your weight sink very slightly further into whatever holds you, your body trusting the softness beneath it, the way water trusts the shape of whatever bowl it has been poured into, without argument, without resistance. The fame the old text speaks of did not need worship to survive. It did not need temples, or names carved into stone, or festivals held on the correct day of a particular month. It survived instead, the way the warmth from a well-banked fire survives through a long winter night, quietly, steadily, asking nothing, simply present for as long as it is needed, and then gently fading into morning once it is no longer required. Tonight, it is still needed. Tonight, that gentle covering light is still settling over the later world, and you happen to be part of that later world, resting somewhere far downstream from the moment the sky was mended, still reached by the last soft edges of that same old warmth. There is nothing more to understand about it tonight. There is only this, the sense of being covered gently by something wide and old and unhurried, a fame that stopped being a story long ago and became instead a kind of climate, a kind of air, a kind of quiet that certain nights still carry, this night among them. Let your eyes stay closed, heavy behind their own lids, and let your breath continue finding its slow tide without your help. Somewhere above you, the 9 heavens are still and dark. Somewhere below you, the yellow springs are still and dark. And here in the wide warm middle where you are resting, that old covering light continues to settle unhurried over everything, including you, including this room, including the last waking edges of your own tired mind, which may already be beginning to soften into something closer to sleep than to thought. Soon there will be a chariot. Soon there will be dragons, calm and slow, harnessed without struggle, moving through a sky that no longer needs mending. But that is not yet. For now there is only this settling light, this fame with no hurry left in it, covering the later world the way a heavy blanket covers a sleeping body, completely, gently, and without a single sound. Now there is a chariot. It does not arrive suddenly. Nothing in this world arrives suddenly anymore. It comes the way a low sound comes to a sleeping ear. First as pressure, then as shape, then as something you almost remember from before you knew its name. You feel it before you see it, a faint hum beneath the stillness, low and even, like the sound a large stone makes when it settles finally into the earth it was always meant to rest upon. This is the thunder chariot, not loud thunder, not the thunder that startles or splits the sky. This is thunder after the storm has already passed, a deep body of sound with all its violence spent, leaving only the resonance behind, warm and rounded, felt more in the chest than in the ears. Notice your own chest now, rising and falling beneath whatever covers you. Notice how each breath moves through you with something like that same low hum, not sharp, not effortful, simply present, simply continuing. Your breathing and the sound of the chariot are not so different from one another. Both are simply life, moving, without needing anyone's permission to keep going. The chariot is built for someone who no longer needs to hurry. Its wheels, if they can even be called wheels, do not grind or clatter. They turn the way clouds turn, revealing and hiding their own undersides slowly, so slowly that the turning is really a kind of stillness, with motion folded quietly inside it. And it is not pulled by ordinary horses. Something larger moves in the harness now, something that breathes differently than any creature you have known in the waking world. Yinglong, and you may notice without any effort of thought that dragons in this old telling are never fearsome the way dragons are sometimes imagined elsewhere. There is no fire here, there is no roar. This dragon carries something more like weather within its long body, cloud and rain, and the deep turning charge that lives inside a storm before the storm even knows it will happen. The responding dragon takes its place in the harness, calmly, the way a great tide takes its place beneath the moon. Obedient not because it has been forced, but because this is simply the shape its nature is content to hold. You can sense somewhere behind your closed eyes the length of that dragon's body settling into a gentle curve, the harness resting along its back the way a light hand rests along a sleeping shoulder, not gripping, only accompanying. There is no struggle in this harnessing. No one pulls, no one resists. The old text says only that the dragon is served, Fujia, offered its place, entering it the way still water enters a low valley, because that is simply where it belongs. You do not need to picture every scale, every curve of muscle beneath the dragon's skin. It is enough to feel the weight of something vast, moving without hurry, somewhere just beyond the edge of your vision. It is enough to feel that whatever this creature is, it is entirely at ease with its own strength, the way a river is at ease with the depth it carries beneath its calm surface. Your own body, right now, can borrow a little of that ease. You do not need to hold yourself upright anymore. You do not need to keep any part of you tense or ready. The responding dragon in its harness is not braced for impact. It is resting inside its own motion, and your shoulders, wherever they rest against the surface beneath you, might soften now in something like the same way, dropping half an inch further down, releasing a weight you had perhaps forgotten you were carrying. The chariot begins almost imperceptibly to move, not with a lurch, not with a jolt. It begins the way sleep begins, so gradually that by the time you notice it is happening, it has already been happening for some time. Somewhere ahead, the sky continues in its stillness, that same stillness you have been resting inside since before there was a chariot, before there was a dragon, before there was any shape to this feeling at all. The chariot does not disturb that stillness. It moves through it the way a single cloud moves through a wide and otherwise motionless sky, present, drifting, changing nothing essential about the quiet it travels through. You can let your breathing settle into that same unhurried pace. In and a small pause, out and a small pause. There is no destination that requires speed. There is no emergency left anywhere in this sky. The dragon in the harness understands this completely, and something in you, some old tired part that has been bracing for a long time against invisible urgencies, may be beginning to understand it too. The old text names this dragon calmly without any drama in the naming, as though naming a friend, or a familiar road, or a well one has drawn water from for many years. Yinglong, the responding dragon, nothing more needs to be said about it, because everything necessary is already contained in the way it moves. Notice how your own name, if someone were to say it right now in a low voice, would land on you the same way, not as a demand but as a kind of gentle recognition, a soft placing of attention that asks nothing of you in return. You are held the way this dragon is held in its harness, not gripped, not restrained, simply accompanied, simply arranged into a shape that makes forward movement possible without any strain. The chariot creaks once, low and slow, the way old wood creaks when it shifts its weight in cooling air. It is not a sound of wear. It is a sound of settling, the same way your own body settles when it finally lets go of a held position, a small release that does not hurt, only relieves. Somewhere above, the 9 heavens remain still. Somewhere below, the yellow springs remain still. And here, in the moving chariot that seems to hover somewhere between those two vast stillnesses, the goddess rides without any expression of urgency at all, her weight resting easily against whatever surface holds her, much the way your own weight rests now against whatever surface holds you. You do not need to see her face. You do not need to know anything more about her posture than this, that she is at rest, even while in motion, the way water is at rest even while it flows, the way breath is at rest even while it moves in and out of a sleeping chest. The dragon's long body curves ahead of the chariot, tracing a low arc through air that has no wind in it. There is no resistance here. There is no weather to push against. The sky has already been mended, and so the dragon moves through open calm the way a hand moves slowly through warm water, meeting no obstacle, needing no force. If you let your attention rest on your own hands now, wherever they lie, you might notice they have stopped needing to hold anything. They are simply resting, open or half open, heavy with the same unhurried weight that the dragon carries in its harness. There is nothing left for your hands to do tonight. There is nothing left for any part of you to do except continue this slow, warm settling that has already been happening for some time. The chariot moves forward. The dragon breathes its long, slow storm breath beside it, and the sky continues to hold its stillness the way it has been holding it since the very moment the repair was finished. There will be more creatures soon, blue ones, gliding easily at the sides, calm outriders keeping their gentle pace beside the great dragon at the front. But they are not here yet. For now there is only the chariot, only the responding dragon, only this low, warm hum of motion inside stillness, moving without hurry through a sky it no longer has any reason to fear. You can let this image rest loosely in your mind, the way a stone rests in shallow water, visible but not gripped, wavering gently with whatever slow current moves beneath it. There is nothing here that needs to be remembered. There is nothing here that needs to be understood in full. It is enough to feel the weight of the dragon's motion somewhere behind your closed eyes, enough to feel the low creak of old wood settling into its journey, enough to feel your own breath continuing its quiet accompaniment to all of it. Somewhere far above you, 9 heavens rest untroubled. Somewhere far below you, the springs rest in their own patient dark. And here, carried gently forward by something vast and calm and entirely unafraid, you can let yourself be carried too, not toward anything in particular, only forward, only onward, the way breath moves forward without needing a destination, the way sleep moves forward without needing to be told where it is going. The dragon's harness holds without strain, the chariot's wheels turn without haste, and somewhere in the widening quiet between one slow breath and the next, you may already be traveling somewhere you don't need to name. And now beside the great harnessed shape of the responding dragon, other shapes begin to gather in the dim. You feel them before you see them. a cooler current in the air, a softness moving alongside the chariot, low and even, like water finding its own level without effort. These are the blue hornless dragons, the Q-dragons, riding as outriders on either side of the thunder chariot, matching its pace without ever needing to lead it. Notice how your shoulders have settled further into whatever is holding you. Notice the small distance between each breath in and each breath out, how that distance has grown longer, softer, without your choosing it. There is nothing here that asks anything of you. The blue dragons keep no formation that requires attention. They simply glide, the way a shadow glides across still water when clouds pass overhead, unhurried, without edges, without sound sharp enough to name. Their color is the blue of the sky just before or just after storm, not the blue of clear day but something deeper, something that has already seen weather and settled past it. It is the color behind your eyelids when the room is dark and your eyes have stopped trying to see anything at all. They have no horns. The old text is careful to note this. Hornless, smooth along the crown, nothing jagged rising from where jaggedness might otherwise be expected. Even their bodies refuse sharpness. Everything about them curves. Everything about them flows into the next part of itself without a seam. You can sense the rhythm of their motion settling into your own breath, the way two things moving near each other for long enough begin, without meaning to move together. In and their bodies rise faintly, cresting some small invisible wave in the air. Out and they fall again, sinking back level with the chariot's smooth advance. There is no need to match this rhythm on purpose. It happens the way your pulse slows near a fire, the way your own tired body settles into a bed that has already been warmed by someone who rested there before you. Feel the weight of your own body where it rests now, heavier at the hips, heavier at the shoulders, a soft pull downward that is not falling, but settling, the way sediment settles in still water, unhurried, complete. The blue dragons ride close enough to the chariot that their smooth sides seem almost to brush its edges without ever quite arriving there. There is a nearness in this image that carries no urgency. They do not need to touch to accompany. They do not need to lead to be present. They ride simply beside, simply near, in the way a warm body might rest near yours in the dark, without either of you needing to reach for the other to know it is there. This is what the old text calls being served as outriders. The blue, hornless dragons flanking the great chariot's slow procession through the settled air. Not servants in any sense of labor. Outriders in the oldest sense. Those who ride alongside, who accompany, who make the journey feel less solitary simply by being present within it. You do not have to hold their shape too firmly in your mind. Even now, it is fine if the image softens, blurs slightly, the way a light seen through half-closed eyes loses its edges and becomes simply glow, simply color, simply the suggestion of something that was once more defined. The gliding continues regardless of how clearly you see it. There is a low sound now, if sound is even the right word for it, more a pressure than a noise, the pressure of air moving smoothly past something large and unbothered. It arrives at the very edge of hearing, barely distinguishable from the sound of your own blood moving quietly beneath your skin. You do not need to strain to hear it. Straining would only pull you further from it. Better to let it arrive on its own, the way distant thunder arrives, not urgent, not sudden, simply present, simply part of the wide fabric of the night. The blue dragons do not hurry because there is nowhere that requires hurrying to reach it. The whole procession, chariot, dragon, outriders, the wide dim world moving slowly past on every side, travels at exactly the pace that stillness travels, which is to say barely any pace at all. A drift so gentle it can hardly be called movement, only a very slow unfolding of one moment into the next. Somewhere in this unfolding, you may notice that your own thoughts have begun to glide as well, sliding from one soft, half-formed shape into another, without the sharp edges that thoughts usually carry during waking hours. This is not a loss of anything. It is simply what the mind does when nothing requires its vigilance any longer. Let the thoughts glide, let them move the way the blue dragons move, smooth, hornless, without insistence, without destination. There is a particular quality to their motion that the old records return to more than once. Yuanjie, a phrase that speaks of grasping toward auspicious signs, of drawing near what is fortunate and rare. The dragons themselves seem to embody this reaching, though the reaching is entirely without effort, entirely without grasping in the way your waking hands might grasp. It is more like the way roots reach toward water they cannot see, but somehow sense, slow, patient, certain of arrival without needing proof of the path. You do not need to reach for anything either. Whatever is auspicious in this moment is already here, already close, already settled around you, the way warmth settles into a room that has been sitting quietly with its lamps lit. Feel the place where your body meets whatever surface holds it, the small give of it beneath your weight, the warmth gathering there, a sense that you have already, without noticing exactly when, stopped holding yourself up and begun instead to be held. This is very much like how the chariot moves through the calm air, above the 9 heavens and beneath the yellow springs, not held rigid by effort, but held loosely, easily, the way water holds a boat that has stopped rowing and simply allowed itself to be carried. The blue dragons continue their gliding at the chariot's flanks. Their bodies rise and fall with a rhythm so gentle it barely disturbs the air around them. Sometimes one drifts a little closer, sometimes a little farther, the way breath itself sometimes runs a little deeper, sometimes a little shallower, without either variation meaning anything at all beyond itself. You may notice, somewhere in the widening quiet of your own chest, that your own breath has begun doing something similar, no longer counted, no longer measured, simply happening, simply present, simply continuing the way the dragons continue, without any need for you to watch it happen. This not watching is itself a kind of rest. The old texts do not describe Nuwa steering the chariot, do not describe her holding the reins with tension or concern. She rides. That is the whole of the verb given to her in this part of the record. Ching, to ride, to be carried, to allow the great and unhurried machinery of the world to do what it already knows how to do. You can ride in exactly this way now. There is nothing that needs your hands. There is nothing that needs your attention held tightly to any single point. The blue dragons glide alongside, whether you notice them clearly or only sense them as a coolness, a softness, a presence somewhere just past the edge of clear sight. Their scales, if scales is even a fitting word for something so smooth, it seems closer to water than to any hard covering, catch no particular light because there is no particular light here to catch. Only the low, even glow that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere, the glow of a world that has already settled past the need for anything as sharp as a single source of light. You can let your own eyes remain closed within this glow. You can let the darkness behind them hold whatever color it wishes, blue or deeper blue, or simply the soft black that comes just before true sleep. Somewhere in this soft black, the dragons continue gliding. Somewhere in this soft black, your breath continues its own long, unhurried journey in and out, matching nothing in particular, and yet somehow, without effort, matching everything around it. The chariot moves forward. The blue dragons move alongside it, and underneath all of this motion, so quiet it is barely distinguishable from stillness itself, something in you continues moving too. Not toward wakefulness, not away from it, only forward, only onward, the way all slow and patient things move when nothing at all is asking them to hurry. The chariot moves forward, and somewhere within that forward motion, something has begun to settle even further than before. You notice this settling first in your own shoulders, a small release, a softening you did not plan, the kind that happens only when the body decides, on its own, that it no longer needs to hold anything up. Beneath the goddess, within this deep and unhurried scene, there is a surface you have not yet felt closely. It is made of vines, woven vines spreading and looping, gathered into something like a couch, something like a low, soft bed formed from living green. The old text calls this the seed of spreading growth. Auspicious vines gathered and layered until they hold their shape without needing anything harder beneath them. You can sense the texture of this if you let your attention rest there gently, without reaching. Not rough, not smooth in the way of polished stone, something in between, pliable, worn from the light around it, holding its shape the way a cupped hand holds water, without strain, without effort. Nuwa reclines upon this woven surface, not sitting upright, not braced against anything, reclining, the body released fully into what supports it, weight given over completely, the way weight is given over only when there is total trust in what lies beneath. And here is where the image folds inward, quietly, toward you. Notice the surface beneath your own body now. Whatever it is, cushion, mattress, folded blanket, it has been holding you this entire time, patiently, without asking anything in return. Notice how long it has been since you checked whether it was doing its job. It was. It still is. Let your shoulders sink half an inch further into it. Let your spine lengthen slightly, unclench, settle deeper into whatever is holding it. This is not effort. This is only permission, the quiet decision to stop hovering slightly above your own support and instead let all your weight arrive fully in the place where you already are. The vines beneath the goddess do the same work your mattress or your pillow does now. They receive weight and ask nothing back. They do not judge how she rests. They do not require a certain posture, a certain stillness, a certain grace. They simply hold what is given to them. This is called in the old telling, resting upon spreading vines, Shilortu, a woven seed of auspicious growth, offered without condition. You do not need to remember this phrase, you only need to feel its shape, which is the shape of something soft holding something heavy without strain. The blue dragons continue their gliding somewhere just outside this resting place, moving alongside the chariot in that long, smooth rhythm you have already come to know. Their motion has not stopped. It has only receded slightly, the way sound recedes when attention turns inward, present but distant, felt more than heard. And here, within the woven vines, Nuwa is not going anywhere. She has arrived already at the place where movement and rest are no longer different things. The chariot carries her forward, and yet she is utterly still, reclined, supported, at ease, proof that motion and stillness can occupy the same body at the same time. The way your own breath rises and falls, even while the rest of you remains motionless in the dark. Notice your own breath now, doing exactly this, rising, falling, the only motion in a body that otherwise asks for nothing. The vines beneath the goddess are described as spreading, lore too, not gathered into a single knot, but allowed to loosen outward, tendrils reaching in many directions at once, none of them urgent, none of them straining toward any particular point. This is the shape of true rest, not a tight coil of stillness, holding itself rigid against collapse. Something looser than that, something that has already given up the need to hold a shape at all, and in giving that up, has found a shape more comfortable than any it could have chosen on purpose. You can let your own body do this now, if it has not already begun. Let your hands unclench, if they were clenched. Let your jaw loosen, if it was tight. Let your legs find whatever position feels least like effort, even if that position is not tidy, even if it does not look, from outside, like anything in particular. Rest does not need to look like anything. It only needs to feel like nothing pulling against itself. The woven vines beneath Nuwa do not care how she is arranged upon them. They only continue holding whatever weight arrives, in whatever shape it takes, for however long it chooses to stay. The blue dragons glide on, the chariot moves forward, and beneath all of it, unmoving, unhurried, the goddess rests upon growth that asks nothing of her. Auspicious vines, spreading without direction, holding without condition. There is a warmth to this image that has nothing to do with heat. It is the warmth of being received, the warmth of a surface that fits itself to whatever is placed upon it, rather than asking the thing placed upon it to fit some other shape first. You may notice this same warmth now in whatever is beneath you, not the temperature of the room. Something quieter than that. The sense of being held in a shape that requires no adjustment, no bracing, no small correction. Only the long, slow yes of a surface that has already decided to hold you exactly as you are. The old telling does not say how long Nuwa reclines this way. It does not need to. Some positions are not measured in time. They are measured only in depth, how far the weight has settled, how completely the holding has been accepted. You do not need to measure your own depth either. You only need to notice that it continues, quietly deepening in increments too small to count, the way a single drop of water deepens a still pool without ever disturbing its surface. Somewhere within this woven, spreading rest, the yellow light continues its soft presence around the chariot. The glow you have already come to know, neither bright nor dim, only warm, only steady, only there. And within that steady warmth, the vines continue holding, and the goddess continues resting, and the dragons continue gliding, and none of these things ask to be finished. They only continue, the way breath continues, the way rest continues, once it has been fully allowed. Your own weight, right now, is doing something very similar. It has found the surface beneath it. It has begun, slowly, to trust that surface completely. not because you decided this all at once, but because trust like this arrives the same way rest arrives, in small unnoticed increments, until suddenly it is simply, quietly, already there. Notice how heavy your eyelids have become, resting closed over eyes that no longer need to watch anything. Notice how heavy your arms have become, resting at your sides or wherever they have settled, no longer holding themselves up against anything at all. This heaviness is not a burden. It is only weight finally being permitted to arrive fully in the place that has been waiting for it. The vines beneath Nuwa spread wider now, in the telling gathering more of her weight into their soft woven hold, and she sinks further into them without any sense of falling, only of settling, only of being caught by something that was always ready to catch her. You can let this same settling continue in you. There is nothing here that requires you to hold your shape a moment longer. There is nothing here that requires wakefulness, or vigilance, or readiness of any kind. The great danger, the tear in the old sky, the flood, the fire, all of it is long finished now. What remains is only this: a body reclining on something soft, held completely, asking nothing further of itself. The blue dragons continue their long gliding path beside the chariot, patient, quiet, moving the way water moves when it has stopped rushing and started simply flowing. The chariot continues forward, unhurried, carried by the responding dragon whose great slow wings you have already felt somewhere behind you. Steady as breath, steady as heartbeat, steady as the vines that hold the goddess without strain. And beneath all of this movement, the woven vines continue spreading, continue holding, continue offering their soft green support to whatever weight is given them. The weight of a goddess after the sky was mended, the weight of your own body after a long day, both received in exactly the same way, without judgment, without condition, without end. You may notice, if you let your attention drift there gently, that your breathing has slowed to match this reclining stillness. Long in, longer out, nothing pulling, nothing bracing. The image does not need to move further than this. It only needs to be held here, quietly, the way the vines hold the goddess, the way your own support holds you, for as long as this holding continues to feel like enough. And it does. It continues to feel like enough. The chariot moves on, through soft yellow light, over vines that spread endlessly beneath a body finally, fully at rest. And somewhere very close to this same stillness, your own body continues resting too, held, warm, unhurried, sinking by nearly nothing further into the soft dark that waits just beneath these words. The soft yellow light that has been resting around the chariot begins now to gather, not tighten, not close in, just gather the way mist gathers over still water near dawn, without any decision to do so. The old text names this gathering with quiet precision: yellow clouds as nets, Kuang Yun Luo, clouds shaped gently into mesh, into lattice, into something woven rather than solid. You can sense it forming around the chariot even now, if you let your attention rest there without reaching for it. Not bars, not walls, something far softer than either of those words could hold. A net made of cloud is not built to keep anything out. It is not built to keep anything in either. It exists only to hold what is already there, the way your own breath holds itself inside your chest without needing to be told. the way warmth holds itself inside a blanket without pressing down. Notice your own shoulders now, resting into whatever surface is beneath you. There is no need to check whether they are held correctly. They simply are held, the way the chariot is held, the way the goddess resting on her bed of vines is held. All of it inside this same loose golden mesh, drifting slowly through a sky that no longer has anything urgent to say. The clouds are the color of very old honey, or the color of lamplight seen through closed eyelids. Not bright, not sharp, a color that seems to come from somewhere behind the light itself, rather than from the light striking anything. This is one of the qualities the old chroniclers noted and did not explain further, as though the explanation was not the point. Yellow clouds as nets, 4 words in the original telling. The image was left whole, untouched, the way certain things are best left, not unfolded further, only felt. You are allowed to feel it now without needing to understand its shape completely. The strands of the net are not rope, not thread, not anything with edge or tension. They are closer to breath made visible, the kind of shape you might see for a moment on a cold morning and then watch dissolve, and yet they hold. This is the quiet paradox at the center of the image. And it is not a paradox that needs solving, only noticing. Something soft enough to have no edge, and still strong enough to carry a goddess and her chariot and her outriders, and all the slow-moving weight of the sky's now settled peace. Your own body knows this paradox already, though it has likely never been put into words before this moment. The way sleep holds you without any visible structure. The way breath continues without your hand on it. The way weight settles into a bed with nothing more solid than gravity and stillness working together. And somehow that is entirely enough. You are floating inside something similarly soft right now. Not falling, not held tightly, simply resting inside a looseness that has no interest in letting you go, and no need to grip you either. Let your jaw soften again, the way it has likely softened many times already tonight, each time a little further, each time asking a little less permission to do so. Let your hands rest wherever they already are, without adjusting them. There is nothing here that requires adjustment. The net does not test its own weave. It simply continues being woven, moment after moment, cloud folding gently into cloud. The blue hornless dragons move somewhere at the edges of this golden mesh, their pale shapes passing in and out of the yellow, like fish moving through shallow amber water. You do not need to track them closely. They are there the way stars are there behind daylight. Present, continuous, unbothered by whether they are being watched. The responding dragon pulls the thunder chariot forward through clouds that part without resistance and close again without effort. Each parting and closing so smooth, it hardly counts as movement at all. More like breathing, in, out, the clouds opening ahead of the chariot the way your own breath opens space in your chest, and closing behind it, the way that same breath lets go, without needing to hold on to the shape it just made. This is what the old text seems to be pointing toward in its own quiet way, when it places these yellow clouds around the goddess at rest. Not a decoration, not a detail added for beauty alone, though it is beautiful. A boundary that behaves like belonging rather than restriction. A softness organized just enough to be called a shape, and no more than that. You can feel this same quality in your own resting body if you let your attention move there gently, the way it has moved there several times already tonight. A little more each time, a little easier. The blanket or sheet resting over you, wherever you are lying right now, behaves in exactly this way. It does not restrain you. It simply marks very lightly the edge between your warmth and the cooler air of the room, and in doing so it lets your body understand, without needing words for it, that it is safe to stop holding itself so carefully. The net is doing the same thing for the chariot, for the goddess, for the whole slow procession moving through a sky that has at last nothing left to repair. Long ago, though the old text does not linger on when, only on the fact that it was so, the sky itself had broken open, and fire had come pouring through the tear, and water had risen where it should not rise, and the world had needed someone to hold it back together with her own hands. That labor is finished now. It finished chapters ago in this telling, and it finishes again quietly every time this image is returned to. What remains is only this: the aftermath, the net of yellow cloud, the floating. You do not need to remember the details of that old labor to feel the relief that follows it. The relief is present on its own terms, independent of the story that produced it. The way morning light in a room does not require you to remember the night that came before it in order to feel warm on your skin. Feel that warmth now, if it is present. If it is not present as warmth exactly, notice whatever softer quality has taken its place. Heaviness perhaps, or a kind of pleasant dimness behind the eyes, or simply the sense that effort, wherever it has been living in your body today, is beginning to let go of its grip, one small measure at a time. The yellow clouds continue to gather in part, an unhurried rhythm with no destination attached to it. This is important in its quiet way. There is no meaning in the net closing further, and no meaning in it opening wider. It simply continues its motion. The way tide continues, the way breath continues, without keeping score of how far it has traveled or how much further it might go. You may notice that your own thoughts, if any are still moving through you, have begun to take on something of this same quality. Loose, unbothered, arriving and passing without needing to be finished. A thought about the day now behind you might drift through and dissolve without your following it. A small worry, if one surfaces, might simply pass through the mesh of your attention the way light passes through cloud, present for a moment and then simply gone, absorbed into something larger and softer than itself. This is not something you need to arrange. It is only something you can allow. The chariot rests inside its net of gold. Your body rests inside its own net of blanket and breath and settled weight. Both nets exist for the same reason, though separated by an impossible distance of time, to hold something precious loosely enough that it never feels gripped, and firmly enough that it never feels lost. Somewhere at the front of this slow procession, a pale shape moves, the white water dragon, though you do not need its name yet, only its direction, only the sense of something gentle leading the way forward through cloud that continues to part before it, as though it always intended to. And somewhere behind, another shape follows, low and long and unhurried, though it too does not need naming in this moment. Only its presence matters here, the sense of something trailing quietly at the rear, closing the space the chariot leaves behind it, so that nothing is left open, nothing left exposed to whatever emptiness might otherwise gather there. Between these two shapes, front and back, the goddess rests inside her woven net of yellow cloud, on her bed of spreading vines, carried by dragons who need no further introduction, moving through a sky finally at peace with itself. And here, in whatever room holds you now, wrapped in whatever softness has settled over you tonight, you rest the same way. Let your breath continue exactly as it already is. Slow, long, untroubled. Let the weight of your body sink a small measure further into whatever is beneath it, trusting that this surface, like the net of cloud carrying the chariot, was never going to let you fall. The yellow light continues to gather softly around this entire image, the goddess, the chariot, the dragons, and somehow, without any strain in the joining, you as well. One loose golden mesh holding everything that matters tonight. Holding it gently, holding it completely, asking nothing else of any of it. The mesh of golden light is still here. You do not need to hold on to it. It is simply present, the way warmth is present near a low fire, the way stillness is present in a room after everyone has gone to sleep. And within that soft holding, something begins to loosen. Not disappear, just loosen. The blue hornless dragons who moved beside the chariot, gliding in their long, unhurried arcs, are no longer quite so distinct at their edges. You may notice this the way you notice a scent fading from a room, not suddenly, not as a loss, but as a natural thinning, the way morning mist thins without anyone deciding it should. They are still there, somewhere in the folds of the golden mesh. But your attention no longer needs to trace their shape. Notice your own shoulders now, wherever they rest. Notice whether they have already dropped a little further from your ears, without any effort on your part to lower them. Notice your hands, however they are resting, heavy now in a way that asks nothing of you. This is what release feels like in the body, not a letting go that requires strength, but a settling that happens on its own, the way sediment settles in still water. What remains as the outriders soften into the golden air around them is something simpler. Ahead of the chariot there's a white water dragon. The old text calls it a white water serpent, a pale shining presence moving in front, parting whatever lies ahead, the way a bow parts still water. You do not need to see its scales in detail. You do not need to know the particular curve of its body. What matters is simpler than any of that. It is the sense of a way opening, a path clearing itself softly just before it needs to be traveled. This is the last shape of guidance the old record offers, and even this shape is already beginning to thin into something more like a feeling than a form. Ahead, a clearing, a softness that moves first, so nothing else has to push through anything hard or unknown. Behind the chariot there is a rushing serpent. The text describes it following, fast and low, a shape that gathers in behind wherever the chariot has already passed. It does not need to be understood as dangerous. It does not need to be understood at all. It is simply what closes behind you, the way a door settles quietly into its frame after you have already walked through. The way water closes over the place a boat has passed, smooth again, undisturbed, as though nothing had needed to happen there at all. Ahead, an opening, behind a closing. Between the two, drifting, untouched by either, the chariot and everything it carries, and even now, even in this section of the record, where the storytellers of the old world listed one more creature, one more name, one more detail of the procession, you may notice that you no longer need to hold the details themselves. You do not need to remember which dragon rode where. You do not need to know the old words for the shapes at the front and the shapes at the back. What remains, when all the elaborate naming falls away, is only this. Before you something soft opens, behind you something soft closes, and in between, held loosely in yellow light, you drift. This is the shape of every safe passage, whether it belongs to a goddess riding home after mending the sky, or to a body sinking into rest after a long day of simply being alive. Something opens ahead, so there is nowhere to push against. Something closes behind, so there is nowhere to look back toward. And the middle space, the space where you actually are, asks nothing of you at all. Feel the place where your body meets whatever holds it, the mattress, the cushion, the folded blanket beneath you. Feel how that meeting point has stopped requiring your attention, the way a hand stops needing to check that a door is locked once it has already been checked. Your breath continues on its own now, slow, easy, needing no supervision from you. The old record keeps naming things, one after another, as if trying to catalog every last detail of this perfect procession. But even the record itself seems to be simplifying as it goes, moving faster now, offering shorter phrases, fewer and fewer words for each presence in the golden convoy. White dragon ahead, rushing serpent behind, floating, free, at ease. The words themselves are beginning to shed their weight, the way the images have been shedding their detail, chapter after chapter, thinning like fog under a warm and patient sun. You may notice that you no longer picture Nuwa with any particular clarity. Perhaps there is only a suggestion of presence, a warmth where a shape used to be, the way a person can feel someone they love resting nearby in a dark room without needing to open their eyes to confirm it. Perhaps there is only gold and stillness and the sense of forward motion that requires no effort, the way a river continues without ever straining to continue. This is not a loss. Every myth softens with enough returning. Every image held long enough in a quiet mind stops needing its edges. What is left is truer than the edges ever were. Not the shape of the white dragon, not the shape of the serpent behind, but the simple, wordless knowledge that ahead is clear, and behind is closed, and here in the middle, nothing is required of you. Let your jaws soften now if it is not already. Let your tongue rest low and heavy in your mouth, asking nothing, holding nothing. Let your eyelids, already closed, feel even heavier than closed. The particular thick stillness of eyes that have stopped waiting for anything to appear. Somewhere in the golden light, ahead of the chariot, a pale shape continues to move, opening whatever lies before it. Somewhere behind, a low, fast shape continues to follow, closing whatever lies after it. You do not need to watch either one. You are already resting in the space they were always guarding. The space between opening and closing, the space that has no task left inside it. The space where a goddess, after saving the entire sky, finally had nothing left to do but drift. And so she drifted, ahead, clear, behind, closed, between only floating, only gold, only the long, slow breath of a world that has already been repaired and is simply, quietly continuing on. This continuing on asks nothing of anyone, least of all of you. The chariot does not hurry toward some distant destination. It simply moves, the way breath moves, the way a slow river moves past a bend it has passed 1,000 times before, unbothered by repetition, unbothered by time. You may feel your own body has taken on something of that same unhurried quality. There is no place you need to arrive at tonight. There is no task waiting on the other side of sleep that requires you to reach it quickly. The white shape ahead continues to open the way, softly, patiently, and you do not need to watch it working. You only need to notice, faintly, that the way is already open, that it was perhaps always open, long before you thought to look. Feel the weight of your legs now, resting wherever they rest. Feel how they have stopped needing to carry you anywhere, how the floor or the mattress beneath them has already agreed to hold that weight without complaint. This is what it means to be carried, the way the chariot carries its rider, the way the golden net carries the chariot, the way whatever is beneath you now carries all of you, without strain, without any sound of effort at all. The rushing serpent behind continues its low, fast motion, closing the path once the chariot has already passed over it. There is something almost tender in this closing, the way a mother might draw a blanket back over a child who has already fallen asleep, smoothing it without waking them, without needing to be noticed at all. Nothing that has already happened tonight needs to be revisited. Nothing behind you requires your attention. The serpent moves quietly in the space just behind the golden light, and everything it touches becomes smooth again, undisturbed, the way sand smooths itself after a wave has already withdrawn. You may notice your own breathing has slowed even further, each inhale a little longer than it needs to be, each exhale releasing a little more than the one before it. This is not something you are doing, it is something that is simply happening. The way the chariot moves without anyone straining at the reins, the way the dragons glide without any visible labor in their long, smooth bodies. Effort has already left this image. Effort has already left your body too, if you let it. The old record, in these final lines describing the procession, seems almost to be running out of details on purpose, as though the scribes themselves grew sleepy in the telling, as though the very act of describing perfect ease became eventually difficult to sustain with words at all. White dragon ahead, serpent behind, floating. That is nearly everything the text still insists on saying, and soon even these few words will not be needed, because what they are pointing toward has already arrived inside you. An opening ahead, a closing behind, and between the two, an ease so complete it no longer requires a name. Rest now in that unnamed space. Let the golden light hold its shape a little longer around you, patient, low, undemanding, the way lamplight rests over a room where someone has already fallen still. Ahead, clear, behind, closed, between only this, the long, slow breath of a world already repaired, already forgiven its storms, already quietly continuing on. The white shape ahead is fading now. Not gone, just no longer needed. The way a lamp can dim once the room already knows itself in darkness. The serpent behind is fading too. There is nothing left to lead. There is nothing left to follow. Only floating remains. You feel your body has settled into the surface beneath it so completely that there is no longer a boundary between weight and rest. This is what the old text meant by its last 4 words, spoken so quietly they are almost a breath rather than a phrase. Fu yu xiao yao, floating free, at ease. Not an action, not something done, a condition, a state the world falls into once every task has been finished and every wound has closed. Floating, free, at ease. 3 words, and beneath them, nothing further is required. Notice how your breathing is slowed to match this quiet. Notice that you are not holding on to the chariot anymore, not tracing the shape of dragons or clouds, only drifting inside a warmth that no longer needs a source. Your shoulders have long since let go of whatever they were once carrying. The old scholars who first set these characters to bamboo and silk must have known something about this moment, because they chose to end the passage here, with drifting and nothing after it. No further clause, no return to duty, as if even they understood that once a being reaches this kind of ease, a sentence itself should stop trying to explain it. You do not need the chariot anymore. You can let it dissolve. The wheels, which were never truly wheels. The reins, which were never truly held. The thunder, which was only ever a low hum beneath movement, not a threat, not a warning. That too can fade now, the way a sound fades when a room finally goes still. What remains is simpler than a vehicle, simpler than a name. It is this, something moving without effort through something vast, and being fully supported the entire time. That is all floating ever was. You feel this in your own limbs, heavy now, sunk gently into whatever is beneath you. Cushion, mattress, folded blanket, the give of a surface that has been holding your weight patiently this whole time, without asking anything of you in return. The line between where the surface ends and where you begin has already begun to blur. This is not a loss, this is the particular comfort that comes only at the edge of sleep, when the body stops insisting on its outline. Free. The word does not mean the absence of connection. It means the absence of strain. By the low, warm dark around you, by whatever gentle current has carried you this far into the night, but nothing in that holding requires effort from you. Nothing asks you to grip, to steer, to notice, to remember. You are simply here, moving without moving, at rest inside motion, the way clouds are said to drift without any wind pushing them, carried instead by something so soft it isn't felt as pressure at all. This is the last of the three words, and it is the one the whole passage has been walking toward this entire time. Through 9 heavens and yellow springs, through fame spreading like light over later generations, through thunder chariots and blue dragons and vines and yellow clouds shaped like nets, through a white shape ahead and a rushing shape behind. All of it, every image, was only ever a slow path toward this single quiet word. At ease, you do not have to reach for it. It has already arrived. Feel the weight of your eyelids, which have likely already closed, or are close to closing, heavy in the particular way that only comes near the edge of sleep. Feel the slow rise and fall of your chest, unhurried, requiring no attention from you at all. Somewhere far behind this moment, a sky was once broken and had to be repaired with care and labor in stone. Somewhere ahead of this moment, morning will come, quietly, in its own time. But neither of those moments is this one. This one is only floating, only drifting, only the wide, unbroken now of ease. The old text does not describe what happens after this word. There is no after. The sentence simply stops, the way breathing simply continues, without needing a next clause to justify itself. Floating. You can feel it in the softness at the back of your neck, in the slow release along your spine, in the quiet loosening of your hands, which have nothing to hold and nothing to let go of, because there was never really anything gripped in the first place. Free. You can feel it in the space behind your closed eyes, dark and wide and undemanding, a darkness that asks nothing of you, that simply continues, the way the sky continues after every storm has passed through it and been forgotten. At ease, you can feel it in the stillness of the room around you, whether it is truly still or not, because the stillness you are sensing now is not really about the room. It is about you. It has always been about you, settling more and more into a state that has no name beyond these 3 quiet words. The dragons are gone now. Even their color has faded. That pale glimmer of blue, the low white shimmer ahead, the deep undertow behind, all of it dissolving into something without edges. The clouds are gone too, their gold folding softly into the same wide dark that holds everything else. There is no chariot left to imagine, no reins, no wheels, no distant thunder. There is only the sensation those things were always describing, now standing alone without need of the images that once carried it. Floating, free, at ease. Say them to yourself slowly, or do not say them at all. Simply let them settle, the way mist settles over still water, without a sound, without insistence, only presence. This is the last shape the myth takes before it stops needing shape entirely. It began as a repair, sky mended, fire quieted, flood pulled back into its bed. It became a memory, fame spreading gently over generations not yet born. It became a chariot, dragons, vines, clouds, and now it becomes only this, a single unbroken feeling of being carried, without weight, without direction, without end. You do not need to hold on to anything. There is nothing that requires holding. Everything that carried you here has already dissolved into the same soft dark that is now settling over you, patient, low, without hurry, the way the last light fades from a sky that has already forgiven its storms. Free. At ease. Let even these words grow distant now, the way a voice grows distant when someone begins at last to fall asleep beside it. There is no more chariot. There is no more cloud. There is only the drifting. You are breathing slowly now, and the breath does not belong only to you. It belongs also to her, the one who mended the sky, the one who is resting now the way you are resting. Her calm and your calm have become the same calm. There was never really a difference. The universe settled a long time ago. The sky held, the fire went quiet, the waters returned to their beds and stayed there. Nothing is broken anywhere. You can feel that in your own body, in the soft weight of your limbs, in the slow, easy rise and fall of your chest. Nothing is broken here either. Everything is fine now. That is the whole of it. That is the entire teaching folded down to 5 small words. Everything is fine now. The goddess floats somewhere above a world that no longer needs her to hurry. You float somewhere inside a body that no longer needs to hold on to the day. These 2 floatings are not separate. They never were. The dark behind your closed eyes and the dark she drifts through are the same dark, wide enough to hold a sky, soft enough to hold a single tired breath. Notice that your hands have gone still. Notice that your jaw has let go of whatever it was holding. Notice that the last small tightness behind your eyes has already melted, quietly, without your noticing it leave. There is nowhere left to arrive. There is nothing left to repair. The sky is mended. The waters are calm. The fire has gone soft and low, the way a fire goes soft and low at the very end of a long night, when no one needs to feed it anymore. You do not need to feed anything anymore. You do not need to carry anything anymore. Let the weight of the day slide off, the way mist slides off a mountain when the sun has fully set and there is no more reason for it to cling. The chariot has gone, the dragons have gone, the vines and the yellow clouds have gone. What remains is what was always underneath them, A single feeling, wide and warm and without edges. The feeling of being held by something larger than yourself and asking for nothing in return. That feeling has a name, and the name is rest. That feeling has another name, and the name is sleep. They were always the same words spoken in two different old languages, somewhere far above, or perhaps not above at all. Only somewhere the goddess drifts on without effort, her fame already settled over the world like a warmth no one needs to notice to receive. You do not need to notice it either. You only need to keep breathing slowly, the way you have been breathing this whole time, in and out, a small quiet tide that asks nothing of you. The story is over now. It ended gently, the way all the best stories end. Not with a door closing, but with a light dimming, until the room and the story and the listener are all the same soft, dim place. There is nothing more to explain. There is nothing more to hold. The sky stays mended. The world stays calm. You stay exactly where you are, warm, heavy, unhurried, drifting, floating, free, at ease. That is all there is now. That is all there ever needed to be. The dark behind your eyes has no seams now, no edges where one thought ends and another begins. It is simply dark, wide and even, like the sky must have looked in that first quiet hour after it was mended, before any star had returned to its place, before anything needed to be seen at all. You are somewhere inside that same hour. You have been inside it for some time now, though it does not matter how long. Time has softened here, the way a road softens under snow, until the shape of it no longer matters, only the stillness lying over it.